Hey, can you hear me? Do you see my screen? Oh, hi guys. Do you see my screen? Okay, thanks, Pablo. uh, good afternoon, guys. Hope you're well and safe. My name is Bruno Lima.h, and this is my first lecture in English. So right now, sorry for my bad English, and I'm really excited about this opportunity. Feel free to post questions and comments on this live. On the live, that I will answer you all. Okay, so this is my first slide. Okay, but who am I? I am currently CEO and founder of Pedlogo, another automation platform in social networks for delivery. And previously, I was a CEO and co-founder for almost 3 years of Infoca Chatbot, a startup with a focus on developing chatbots for the e-commerce. And I have more than 10 years in sales experience. I have been participating in the world of startups since 2016, and also I am a professor, speaker, startup mentor, and a tech lover, and very happy to being able to be building the future with you guys. Thank you for the journey. I tell you a little bit about the customer development methodology based on the Steve Blank's calls 4 steps to Epiphany. For those who never heard of it, it's a validation theory that makes it possible to build your MVP with your potential client. Okay, according with Steve Blank himself, winners understand why customers buy, but understand why your customers buy from you. The basic recipe for achieving success with your project. And Steve Blank is a master to do this and teach us. You can take a little time here. I will divide the content in 2 parts for you. The first cycle is product hypothesis validation, a little bit of problem, solution, customer, market, distribution, and competition. And the second cycle will be about structured sales models, where I give some tips on how I need to validate my product and make the first sales in my startups, even Pedlogo or Infoca. I use the same method here. First part about customer validation, we have to keep the focus on the structured stage first. We must prepare to talk to your customers. Then we need to define the method we use to conduct the interviews. After they will develop the validation questionnaire, and we go to the interviews, and finally we create a report with the results so that we can have a concrete analysis based on data from our ideal client. Okay, it's the first phase, the first step. I call attention to fundamental points: the customer hypothesis, problem hypothesis, and understanding of the persona. Right? You need to have at least an idea of who your customers are. You need to have a problem so that you are looking to solve with your solution, and lastly, at least acknowledge at least surface of your persona. Persona, it's kind of you can imagine to be your best customer, the one who will see your solution and will want to buy it right way because it solves a big problem in his life. It's like the meme from Futurama. It's a shut up and take out my money right now. It's the that impression your product can cause have to cause in your client. The second phase, we have to define how we do the interviews. After locating your client, you have to choose the best way to contact him to get a great number of responses. Now, this period that we are in the midst of an epidemic, we don't have much test to raise that online, but which are the most common way. But I believe it's Bruno talks here much more and creating the online questionnaire, but going in person to where your client are. So in Brazil, we call that walk on the street, right? Create the questionnaire on your phone, publish your notebook, and take it with you while you're talking to your customer. And you fill in and document the answer yourself. Or you can also ask for permission and film or record the audio for the interview, see and hear when necessary. It's a great type here, right, guys? I had a lot of success with this method. If your idea is based on B2C, go to the street, shopping malls, approach and interview people on the street. See your customer in person. It's very important. Look him in the eye and ask for a sincere feedback on what you want to do. Explain your product, explain your problem you want to solve. But if it's a B2B based idea, I recommend that you schedule at least 20 interviews with companies for whom you believe for your product will be important, right? 20, it's a magician number, I guess. Not so Stephen Blank recommends that number, Eric Rice used this number, and Aaron Rosda from Predictable Revenues used this number too. So I used this number too, and it's very well. After all, as Eric Rice said, the writer at the Startup Link said, the goal of startups to find the right thing to create as quickly as possible. And there is nothing better than receiving information, treat for your customer, and implement it as quickly as possible, right? Speed is a fundamental point in these startups, all of the startups. After all, one of the great advantage of big companies, it's being able to decide what to do and implement it with less cost and bureaucracy. We have to be speed persons, right? And the third phase, it's create the questions that will be asked to your potential customers. And here are 100% of personal tips. First, always use open-ended questions. Let your customer speak freely. That way you don't direct the response to something you want to hear, right? Nothing, it's a multiple answers question. Let your customer say everything he wants. If you can do the interview in person, write 100% of what the interviewer says, especially the terms and jargons that he uses to answer you. Because each market has its own way of talking about its routine, right? Startups have our jargons, financial market have the terms, and take the time to understand a little of his body language too. Okay, this will also bring you a more personal understanding about your customer, and you can you can sell easier to him in the future. At least, and very important. Okay, very important. It's a validation interview. So don't try to sell your idea product. Don't try to sell in this interview. It's not the time, not now, but not yet. Now I'm going to show you a very simple 6-question questionnaire that will help you do a validation, or at least have an idea of where to start one. Okay. The first question to do for your customer, it's a potential customer, sorry. How is your routine? Okay, in especially process this day. Start interview by asking about the routine of your potential client. At this point, it is important for you to understand how he sees his daily life. Remember here, only his vision matters. So don't question it about his opinion. Just his vision matters now. Write down all the routine procedures that he mentions. Okay, it's very important. Probably the part of his day where the problem you're trying to solve will be appear now in this question. Okay. The second question is, what problems do you currently encounter in this process or routine or time, whatever? If he's talking about the problem you want to solve or can close to, it's time to ask him specifically about part of the routine. What problems he finds exactly? Here is these problems in the order of priority he talks about. Okay, usually what we talk about first is what bothers most. The problem you solve has to be at least in the top 3 to be relevant. Okay. So in this question, the first learn, how can I say with that? List the problems in the order of priority speaks. Okay. 3. How do you try to save this today? Take this list of priority problems that he mentioned and ask him how he solves them today. Even is not your problem, solve it listed. Okay. Here you will learn about market tools, direct and indirect competitors. Here you probably understand the type of market in which you want to place your solution. Again, here we understand and learn about the tools he uses, which potential competitors are already on the market and which is in fact is the problem for him. In the question 4, we are going to let our client dream. Okay, you ask him, if you had a magic wand like Harry Potter, how would you solve it? How would you solve that problem with a magician way? Okay, ask him, if he had a magic wand to solve a day-to-day problem, what would be the problem and how would the solution be? Here, you have to take him to playful. Let's him really imagine, okay, and write down exactly how he describes it. And this is how film or recorded audio, it's very important. Okay, it's a great detail. The personal tip right now, never suggest anything to your customer, to the interviewers. Here is to really let your customer think out of the box. Okay. And now that he has imagined the questions, the solutions, ask him how his routine will be without this problem. or what would your routine be like with this solution? Here, you understand the real value that the solution he invented would add to his day-to-day. Okay. Here, you can complement with further more in that question to understand why this new routine is important to him. And lastly, ask him if this solution existed, okay, the magic happened, how and how much he would pay for it. Okay, here you will understand the real value of this for him, and it's really worth working with your team to create this solution. Here now, your own customer gives a perception of his value in the solution. Okay, after the interview, it's the fourth step, the results, measuring the results. Sorry, and now you have to bring together all of your team and look at the results, okay? When I talk about the whole team, it's really of the whole team. Even the developers have to participate in this phase, okay? This participation in the process of understanding the client will make a total difference in the way they will create the software, the solution. The result of which is that we'll have developer more oriented to the final customer, right? The customer success. It will be very, very important for the future of your startup. And now, okay, after the interviewer, after the results, after the schedule to your team, what to do? At first, analyze interview by interview and see the agreement or not among the interviewees. Okay, analyze if their options. Analyze if their opinion is in agreement with what you imagined. See if the real problem is what you set out to solve. You may be thinking that's a step backward, but it's essential to have this vision of your product, okay? Just so you don't develop a product that nobody wants to buy. Select among the interviews the profiles that fit the potential real customers. Compare if the solution you had thought, and at the beginning is really what the interviewer said they needed, and of course, if you are willing to pay for it, okay? So if he doesn't want to pay for the solution, you don't have a product yet. So you have to agree with me in this point. Okay, and now the work begins. You have a product hypothesis, you have a customer hypothesis, you have a price hypothesis, you have a demand hypothesis, you have a market hypothesis, and you have a competitive hypothesis. So first, you have to create the first customer journey. What people have to do to be able to buy from you? How do you know about your existence? According to how do you position yourself in the market? Is it or is it a pre-exiting market, or you have to challenge and create a 100% market, like in Uber, Airbnb, or Netflix in the time of foundation? And for the last one, create a complete analysis of all your competitors, not only the direct ones, but also those of the market players that do not necessarily compete with you, but are selling to the same customer, right? Here at this stage, and pay attention, and only at that stage, you can place all your customer suppliers as your competitor. This will give you a more accurate analysis of his purchase routine, right? A marketing routine, it's and how the market you are inserted in works. And after that, it's time to sell. Finally, the most fun part of having a product. That's my tips here. Make a list of 50 potential customers. Okay, so that you are absolutely sure that you need your product and they make a sale for them. At this moment, do small tests of sales channel. Okay, try a cold call, try to send an email, message him on Facebook, message him on Instagram, message him on LinkedIn if you are B2B. Finally, vary the approach of your customer to start to understand which the most efficient. Okay, to save your time up front. And going back to the sale process itself, sell it to him. Okay, courage, man. Even if it's for a symbolic value, but cover your client from the first moment. Okay, after a solution runs for 50 or 20 days on your customers, analyze what had the best results of your product. Okay, if necessary, you have to interview and all by and again do it and create a piece with this case. Okay, it's a piece of piece of marketing of this case. Showing the market, showing to our client, showing on the media all the benefits that this client had using your results. This real market validation is extremely necessary and beneficial for your startup. Okay, so you can ask me, oh Bruno, and if I don't do it with such precision, what can happen to me? So this is what can happen with you. You are motivated startupper, want to change the world, having a big idea, having a you're a very disruptive man. Can't believe it. And when you go to market with your product, the market doing this with you and your product. Okay, and this is what happens. Likes on social media networks don't pay the bills. Making a well-done business canvas doesn't guarantee anything. In Brazil, startups investors have an interesting term too, that Excel accepts everything. So what matters in the end is having a valid solution with revenue for real customers, which is what shows that you really have something in your hands. Okay, your product is real when adds value in the market. So the worst can happen to you is you fail, but rest assured, when we're talking about startups, you have to fail. Fail fast, fail cheap, and fix faster and cheaper. Still, it's part of journey, and it's very common. Okay, as Steve Blank said, in Silicon Valley, we have a special word for a failed entrepreneur. It's called experience. So, and from an experienced entrepreneur to others, thank you very much, guys. I want to thank you very much for your patience. Again, sorry for the bad English, and I'm very, very nervous. So I swear the next one I will be better. So I hope this was not the first and last. I would also like to thank you, Piettra Marques and Pablo Esquivel from Google business group from Curitiba, Brazil. My girlfriend, Pamela, who helped me translate the slides for you and prepare the content. And all the people who have been part of my journey here, whether you are present in my life or not, you are important in this moment is also yours. In case you want to copy of this slide or talk about validation, startups, technology and innovation, follow me there on Instagram, LinkedIn, at who is Bruno Lima. And if you live in Curitiba, Brazil, after the quarantine period, they shut me up for a coffee or beer. No problem being in the afternoon, okay? Thank you, thank you, thank you. See you soon. And bye-bye, guys.
everybody. Very nice to be here. Glad to have the opportunity to talk to all of you. Hopefully, I'm gonna share with you some of my thoughts about how to build impact-driven, tech-based, and social-based startups. No? The company that I found back there in 2010 is called Hack Ventures, and we've been learning how to do so over the last 10 years. And it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Rodrigo de Alvarenga, and I am the founder and CEO of Hack Group. Just to give you a little glimpse of what I've been doing over my entire professional life, I spent 20 years working in the financial markets, plus 9 years as an angel investor, as well as an international mentor, and also founded Hack Group and Hack Ventures back there in 2010. I love learning, not necessarily studying, but love learning. I spent a lot of years of my career trying to perfect and studying different matters related to business, including my PhD degree that I'm taking right now, and focusing on how to venture build new companies. As I said, 21 years working in the financial market through different multinational banks in all sorts of different strategic roles, internationally as well as locally, and focusing on either global clients or corporate clients. I've been acting as a board member as well, and this experience has helped me to move forward in terms of investing in different companies over time. And here are some of the startups that we have invested in different industries: education, energy, sharing economy, health, fintechs, etc. These are some of our startups. One of them we just had an exit kind of a month ago. And my personal passion is about venture building people, which is my impact-driven secret project. I've been trying to change people's lives, entrepreneurs, mainly students, university students, as well as professionals in companies that we do consulting services. But this is my passion, and I've spent almost all my career trying to somehow, support people to change. Chief mentor and or mentor in different programs all over the world: Europe, Latam, Middle East, US, Silicon Valley, as well as a speaker in events all over the world as well. And a jury member in different either programs, awards, or accelerators. Having said that, let's talk about purpose-driven startups and businesses. First of all, one of the things that we do at my company is basically to support entrepreneurs, either tech-based or social-based, in moving forward with their passion and trying to impact the world. So the way we've learned that works is basically by embracing not just the, let's say, the regular for-profit approach, but also considering the fact that any business will for sure impact the surroundings, people around you, your employees, your customers, as well as others that might be, for some reason, a stakeholder when talking about your company. So we have learned that supporting not just tech-based startups, but also impact-driven startups, we would be, as a venture builder, we would be moving even further in terms of creating a trend that is very much needed in our world right now. So tech-based business, right? Few of the business models that are growing a lot over time, we could summarize into three, basically. Either infrastructure as a service, or platform as a service, or software as a service. Even though we do have plenty of other options in terms of business models, they're either a combination of one of these three, or some sort of a derive from one of these three. And these are the ones that are growing a lot, have been growing over the past years, and are taking over the market in terms of the relevance and importance in our days right now. A very interesting example, pizza as a service, right? So back there, we used to do everything ourselves. So we manage the dining table, the drinking, gas, oven, fire, pizza, tomato, whatever, toppings, cheese, whatever. So traditional approach, on-premise, everything made at home, right? Then this is just to help you to understand how business models are moving the market to a completely different direction, using a day-by-day example. So when we think about infrastructure as a service, then instead of doing everything, we're going to share with vendors. They're going to be delivering us something that will take care of at least part of the tasks that we have ahead of us. In this particular case, you're going to buy a ready to oven pizza, and it's going to just prepare at home just using your oven, right? Then a platform as a service. Basically, everything delivered to you. You don't need even to go there and buy it. You buy from home, it's delivered to you, and you just need to have something to drink and a table, right? And finally, software as a service, which is basically an approach that will solve everything for you. In this particular case, you go dine out, because then the restaurant will take care of everything, right? So this very basic example helps us to understand how the different business models, at least talking about these three, affect our day-by-day lives, right? From doing yourself to dining out, which is a software as a service, equivalently to technology approach companies. We have in between either infrastructure or a platform. And this is important just to understand that whenever you are doing infrastructure as a service, basically you're hosting something, right? When you're doing a platform as a service, then you're building something, but you're not taking this to the last mile and delivering to the customer the entire service already done. And if you're doing a SaaS model, then it means you're consuming something that is ready. So there are several examples. Some of the most famous are as infrastructure, Amazon, Microsoft Azure, and there are plenty of others. Platform as a service, Red Hat, and plenty of others. And software as a service, Google Drive, Office, etc., etc., etc. Right? So these approaches, they're not considering anything other than solving something to a customer and delivering some sort of a value, and this value is captured by the provider. Right? Whenever we talk about social impact business, then we need to understand our impact. This is even further of building a regular startup, is when you're starting to consider not just the fact that you are solving a problem in between a consumer and a need or an interest or a necessity, but you're also considering everything else that is happening on the surroundings of such transactions, right? And for that, you need to understand impact. You need to plan, measure, and analyze. You need to communicate such impact. And this will take your startup to a completely different place. Very interesting place to be right now. Over the past years, the amount of money that is invested on impact-driven businesses is growing, basically skyrocketing in two-digit numbers per year, every year at least, right? The infrastructure is different from what we are accustomed when we deal with startups. Instead of talking just about lean startup, instead of talking just about entrepreneurs manual, or instead of just talking about the regular stuff, we need to talk about the very basics in terms of the methodology used to understand impact, the theory of change. You need to define objectives. You need to have very clear objectives in terms of what is the impact that you're trying to create, because when you move towards impact, that means instead of just being a passenger in terms of whatever other effects your company creates on the surroundings, you start to manage this as well. So you need to do this consciously. So you need to manage, you need to understand, you need to take care, you need to consider all this, right? Then there are different methodologies to evaluate your impact, as well as to make sure you can communicate properly. You're gonna need a definition of a measurement plan. Then you need to do it, measure and analyze, monitor and disclosure, right? These are tasks that are very important, and only impact-driven companies will somehow address these six topics. Impact measurement. Is this the formula, right? Something really awkward that is completely strange to us and very difficult to understand, and even to begin to imagine how to calculate? No, that's not the formula. One of my favorite approaches is called SROI, social return on investment. And by the way, this is one of the, in one side, one of the most complex approaches to monitor, measure, and communicate impacts. But on the other hand, that makes sure you're really managing and creating impacts and changing whatever you want to change in the world. So just a quick overview what the theory of change is all about. Basically, it's like a step-by-step framework to help you understand how to get to impact, right? So 5 specific columns: inputs, everything you need to perform your activities. Activities are basically the activities that you do. For example, if you sell a software as a service, all the activities that you need doing to make sure your software is ready to be bought is basically what you are doing, right? In the case of impact, it's pretty much the same. This is the products or services that you're delivering. Output is basically the immediate result derived from the interaction of your products, your services, with your beneficiary, your user, your customer. So what happened then when they use for the first time or in the very beginning? What happened, right? After a while, then we have outcomes. That means the usage of your service, product, or whatever you're providing over time is generating effects or changes, is adding value, perhaps gains, either financial or economical gains, social gains. For example, when we are talking about education, which is very much, you know, a product that is aimed to create impact. That means imagine yourself after graduating. So you spent 4 years consuming the activities. The immediate result is your diploma. After a while, the effects would be where are you professionally speaking? Have you managed to have an interesting job? Are you growing? Do you have the right soft skills to keep learning and keep moving forward in your career? This would be here. And last but not least, impact, which is basically the change that you are looking for. So impact-driven business is about changing something. And it's not about offering a different solution, but it's offering a different future, a different reality. That's why it's more complex. Coming back to SROI, social return on investment. So this is basically when you can value all the benefits that you are creating in terms of the impacts that you're creating over time, divided by the investments you made to deliver such impacts. And this will give you a measure, like an index of how efficient you are in terms of changing the world or changing whatever you're aiming to change. So it's not about the idea, it's about the problem. This applies to tech-based startups as well as impact-driven startups. It's never about the idea. The idea is basically how to solve it. As you probably know, the golden circle, it's about the why, and the why is the problem. It's not about technology nor the user, it's about people, because they are the ones that will be either impacted or influenced or will have their lives changed or will be using your product, and thus it's gonna help them somehow. It's about them. It's not technology nor this strange guy we call user. And because we are talking about impact, it's not about profits only. It's about prosperity. The difference is being basically, instead of just creating results for me, I'm creating results for the environment. And I mean, not necessarily in terms of sustainability, but also social and economic, and also the environment. So this is about creating a better environment to live in which you're sharing, not because you're donating necessarily just, or you're giving away money, but because whatever you do positively affects the lives of other people, thus helps them also to have a better life. Finally, how to create impact? Basically, or impact-driven startups, basically from people to people, from us to everybody. This is basically what we have in mind whenever we are working with startups, tech-based or social-based or social businesses. And mainly when we are working with social businesses, we try to foster them and to foster their dreams, to create a place in which everything we do, it's going to be from people to people and from us to everybody. Well, it's been a pleasure to share this with you. I hope we have some time to answer a few questions, if I may. And that's it, guys. Thank you very much for your attention. In case you want to connect, feel free to send me an email or to check us on the social media.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. I am Sharon Nogueira from Federal University of Paraná, and I will talk to you about the cat and mouse game, searching for security intelligence in the era of IoT and artificial intelligence. Well, who never watched or heard about the cartoon in which one of the characters, Tom the cat, always tries to catch the mice, Jerry, the other character? The cartoon is full of contrived actions involving constant pursuit, near captures, and repeated escapes. The cat is unable to secure a definitive victory over the mouse, who, despite not being able to defeat the cat, is always able to avoid capture. In extreme cases, the cartoon implies that the cat and mouse game is never ending. Does this seem to you similar what we see in cybersecurity along these years? Not convinced? I will develop more in the next slides. We are in the early stages of the fourth industrial revolution. Citing Klaus Schwab, the founder of the World Economic Forum, ubiquitous mobile supercomputing, intelligent robots, self-driving cars, neurotechnological brain enhancements, genetic editing, the evidence of dramatic change is all around us, and this is happening at an exponential speed. From the technological perspective, I would like to point out to you ubiquity, that when he talks about bodies have sensors and communicating among themselves. Diversity, when he talks about the different connected devices. Scalability, mainly about the different connected devices that we have. And the big data that we have or collect this amount, a very big amount of data by the sensors in cities, farms, ports, etc. So all of this, but emphasizing of this, most important, particularly I need to emphasize is intelligence. When he talks about intuition, creativity, imagination, those are human traits that cannot be automatized. Let's see or observe some trends for the internet. We are walking in a scenario where we have access to internet everywhere. We have different devices, smart devices like smartphones, smart TVs, smart glasses, all around us. And this generates a large amount of data in our cities, and we need to collect them, and we need to create an intelligence based on this data to have or to help us in our day-by-day in our society as well. Of course, in all this scenario, we are getting used to the Internet of Things, where the devices are connected. We estimate that by 2025, we will have 75 billion of connected devices, generating a market of over or approximately 1,000 billion US dollars by 2025. But only the Internet of Things, I mean, the connection of those devices is not enough. I mean, they generate data, and on the other side, we have people, and we need to connect those two parts, people, data, and things. And the basic for that connection are the process. And the process will really integrate and have this intelligent connection between these two parts, people and the data generated plus things that we have. So we are going to this direction right now to process, and some technologies as blockchain that you may get used to this term as an example of how to connect these two parts. But this is another history. It's not the topic of my talk today. And I would like just to concentrate that we need to create this intelligent connection. And by this intelligent connection, we have different factors in our literature, newspaper, etc. And one of I took to bring here is this one from Gerard Leonard, who said that data is the new oil, but intelligence is the new gas. That implicitly he wants to say that we need to address, to process this data, to have really an intelligence that can benefit our business, our society, and us as human. So we need to create this intelligence. Another factor that I want to point out here is the exponential thinking. That, well, as you know, the human, as people, we are used to think linearly. So we know, or we think that if we have this certain kind of set of steps or actions, we will get some kind of results. But now, with the changes that are very fast, we made up in a situation where was not exactly predictable or expected, because all of this exponential growth that is going on around us, and technology is specifically a point that is important to pay attention for that, because they are changing very fast our behavior, our way to pursue our business and our society. So we need to think about and learn how to think exponentially. Why I'm talking all about this? Because you were maybe expected me to talk about security, and I'm starting to talk about all of this context. But this is important to understand how the attackers and how is the context of cybersecurity today. One example taking or thinking about this exponential growth, one example that we have is and was one of the division factor that we had are these attacks that happened in 2016. They really showed how the attackers started to think exponentially lately. This attack happened, the attackers took different devices connected to the internet, basically the Internet of Things devices, like cameras or baby monitors, and they started to create what we called network of infected devices, or also botnet. So this botnet was one of the factors that contributed to generate a huge amount of malicious traffic against a target. And in that case, the target was the servers of a company called Dyn Company that is specifically provides services for many other companies as Spotify, PlayStation, etc. And this company the services of the Dyn Company were denied by this attack. What is special in this attack? This attack was an example that the attackers started to think exponentially, and they benefit from the Internet of Things devices to create not expected amount of traffic against a unique target that we had, that was the Dyn Company servers. So this, just to give you a flavor of what happened, all the northeast of the United States and the California, the servers from these other companies that provided or take as basis the service of the Dyn Company were out for many hours, and this causes financial losses, reputation losses, etc. So this was an example, and after that, many other attackers happen with this concept of exponential thinking. And this is difficult to us as security specialists to address right now, but it's still, despite of difficult, we need to think about that. and how the attackers took all these devices, the huge amount of devices that they used in the botnets. They use it from the smart TVs in our homes, the Wi-Fi routers, the smart camera that we have in the internet, the medical or fitness devices that we have, the voice assistant. All of these devices that we have in our home are vulnerable to this to infections or malicious softwares that can, after being inside a botnet and being controlled by an attacker, and the attacker can benefit from them to generate this kind of attacks, as I showed before. So maybe who are the users even don't know that their devices are participating in an attack, as I showed before. So when they participate in an attack, when these devices participate in an attack or in a botnet, as it's called, they are infected or previously infected by the malicious softwares before to be controlled to generate this kind of attack. And what is the difference of this new botnets? That means those botnets that use IoT devices with those traditional botnets, because before we already had this traditional botnets. The main difference here are three, and I will show you in the next slides. One of the main factors that contributes to differentiate the mobile botnet or the new botnet from the traditional botnets is the diversity. So as you see here in this map, now the devices are spread around the world, and the attackers can recruit devices from all these places. Before, the attackers could maybe take control of some certain kind of devices. Now they have a huge amount of devices all around the world that they can use. They can infect and then use inside the botnet. The main thing here is that because they are spread out, from the perspective of the security specialist, it gets very harder to detect their behavior, and how to prevent them, the attacks that they generate. So this is the main difficulty here, because one point is the diversity in terms of geography, and another point is the diversity in terms of the resources that those devices have. Before, the attackers and also the security specialists could have an idea of the behavior of the devices used inside an attack. But now we have a diversity of devices from a smartwatch until a big server that a company may have and maybe was infected by an attack. So this kind of diversity makes it very difficult to prevent against these attacks. The second factor that contributes to these new mobile botnets are the quantity. With the IoT, or the possibility to infect these IoT devices, we have, or the attackers have a huge amount of devices they can use for their attacks. Here in this picture, just showing you how the attackers can invade or can infect the devices in the IoT, as phishing or sending some spam message, and then someone click and they will be infected inside they'll be infected and be inside a botnet. So the quantity here is a big issue, because as I showed in my first example with the botnet, the quantity will make the attack be powerful, and this was one of the main difference between our attack that we had in 2016 with the previous attacks that we had from the same type. The third, here also a point regarding to using IoT devices is because the quantity is very high. So just to give you an example of this kind of attacks, we have just per day 3,700 DDoS attacks per day and can cause millions per incident. So this is those numbers are very high in terms of compromising an organization and mainly compromise the reputation of the organization. The third factor that contributes to the new kind of botnets that is mobility. So now the attackers can use IoT devices. Those devices are mobile. So we can use and bring those devices with us. And the infection between the devices is very fast and it spread very, very fast. I can compare or make an analogy with the COVID virus that we have, and it's spread around the world. So once we bring those devices with us, the infection is very fast and then compromise or makes easier the work of the attackers and hence make difficult the work of the security specialist. So from now, if I compare with my story from the beginning between the cat and mouse, I would say that the cat is gaining this game, because the cat or the attackers have much more advantages than the mice, and we need to inverse this game. And how to defend then our systems once we have all these advantages for the attackers? One way, in my opinion, is to use artificial intelligence. So here I put this title of an article in Harvard Business Review, where they state that AI, or artificial intelligence, is the future of cybersecurity, for better or for worse. So this implicitly says that we should use this tool, because for us artificial intelligence is a tool that we can use to process data and to use in our benefit. Here, when I say our, I mean the security specialists could use this processed data in the benefit to protect the systems. So we should use one way, in my opinion, is to use AI to prevent these systems. And in this direction, we go for what we call security intelligence. That means create relevant information to protect an organization from external and assigned threats, as well as process, policies, tools, and to be able to design and to gather and analyze the information in a better way to protect our systems. In this direction, again, I took here as example a system that we have developed in our research group, CCSC. The system is called Sherlock-X, and we took as basis artificial intelligence and other techniques to, first of all, predict the DDoS attacks, those kind of attacks that I showed you in the beginning, detect bots. So detect these infected bots in the Internet of Things, understand the vulnerabilities that those devices have, assess the risk, and can provide an automatization of this security intelligence process for the companies. So this is a modular system or a modular solution that we have been developed along the last 5 years inside our research group. This is another view of the dashboard of our solution. But again, this is just an example of how I feel, and I think the research and the solutions for the cybersecurity should go in our new context, as I showed you along these slides. I'm open to the questions. If you feel or if you want to contribute to the advancement of this area that I think is fascinating, please drop us an email to ccscc@ufpr.br, and I will be very happy to answer you and to contribute to improve all these solutions and systems. This is what I had, and I will be open to questions.
Hi everyone, my name is Elisha Tan and I'm the founder of Tech Ladies. And today I'm so happy and excited to be speaking to you while I'm based in Singapore. So let's bring up the slides and I'd like to share with you what my startup's failures have taught me over the years. And yeah, on the screen, you can also find my Twitter handle. So just in case this whole virtual speaking thing doesn't work out, in case my connectivity doesn't hold, you can find me on Twitter easily. So before we get started, I want to quickly introduce myself. I am passionate in bringing people together to solve big problems. And I've been really fortunate to be able to do that through Tech Ladies, which is a community for women learning how to code. And we have been really successful in bringing the community together to help drive gender diversity in tech. I'm also really fortunate to work as a developer programs manager, at a big tech company where I manage and grow developer communities around Asia, helping to bring underserved developers with opportunities for education and training. I also run a community called Developers Asia, where we bring developer relations professions in Asia together so that we can learn and grow for each other. And just in case if I haven't been doing enough in my life, I also help with technical consultancy for nonprofits, helping them to digitize the way they currently serve their communities. So as you can see, what I do right now is I am very much in the tech community and very plugged in aligned with my vision. But my journey in tech didn't start that way. 10 years ago, when I was a fresh grad entrepreneur, that's when my journey in tech started. And back then, I was a fresh graduate with a big dream because I wanted to be able to help people make a living with what they are passionate about. And I felt that it was such a shame that a lot of my talented friends are not pursuing a career that they are interested in because what they're interested in don't make money. And at that point of time, what I felt success was for me is to become a successful CEO of a multi-billion-dollar startup. And I want to be able to have that kind of wealth and growth while helping other people to excel in their life. But I have a few problems. So see, even though I was a fresh grad, I was a fresh grad with a psychology degree, and I know nothing about technology. All of my technical skills are only proficient to create the graphics that you see on screen. And that was certainly a very big problem when it comes to creating a tech startup. And not only that, as a fresh grad, I have no experience, no money, and no co-founder. So there was a lot of challenges that I had to overcome by joining an accelerator program, which I was the first female graduate of the Singapore chapter of the program called Founder Institute. I got a government grant and I couldn't find a tech co-founder, and so I learned how to code. And with my technical skills, I was able to just put together a very, very simple MVP to help test if there's a demand for the product that I wanted to build. And back then, the product that I wanted to build was a platform where people can say what they want to learn and find an instructor with that skill, and then you can conduct the lesson for profit, of course. So this MVP and my technical skills, however ghetto it is, really helped to show that there was a little bit of traction. And that's how I eventually launched my tech startup called Learn.me. And this is a platform for in-person marketplace for whether you want a private or you want a group class, you can find classes for anything you want to learn. And because it was a fairly novel idea about 10 years ago, and myself as a young solo founder who can't code, I did have a lot of media attention. So I was invited to places as a mentor or a speaker, and I do have national athletes or well-known VCs on the platform. So on the outside, it looks like everything is going so well, and I'm definitely on track to become the successful CEO that I wanted to be. But all of this press and all of this media was just the front because what's happening on the back end is that I have been struggling the entire lifetime of my startup. This is the real Google Analytics of the traffic to the site. And as you can see, it's not up and to the right. This is a flat line. And I simply couldn't get the kind of traction and the kind of retention that can help make my startup an actual success, despite of how it looked like on the outside. And so this is one of like the first lesson that failure has taught me, that media is not traction. Traction is traction. I felt I spent a lot of time trying to chase media, saying that, hey, if I get featured on this website, on that newspaper, I'm going to get the kind of traffic that I want, and I'm going to get that kind of traction and eventually become successful. But the thing is that a lot of this media, they may drive some traffic, but this traffic does not convert to revenue. It's really all just about feeling good, I felt. And after a lot of years of trying out new things, I was stuck. I didn't know what to do. Every kind of idea that I put out, any kind of new press that I'm trying to chase for, doesn't seem to be leading to any kind of tangible success. And that's how I thought that, hey, something's got to change. And that's how I packed my bags and moved to the USA, to Silicon Valley specifically, in order to be an environment where I can meet people to help me find my answer. And Silicon Valley back then, even now, is still a hub for tech startup, for tech entrepreneurship. And what I really enjoyed about that place is, I'm very grateful for the experience, is how people over there obviously are very, they have like years of domain expertise in tech startups, in funding, and people are just so open in sharing their knowledge. So when I was there, wherever I meet people at an event, or go stalk some people on Twitter to figure out what event they're speaking at, I will always ask this question: what would you do if you were me? Would you persevere in your startup, pivot to something else, or would you just call it quits? And there are many different answers to this question. But what I learned, or what I observed, is that the more experienced someone is, the more likely that he or she would answer that it is a very personal decision. There's no right or wrong answer. And the first few times, to be really honest with you, the first few times when I heard this answer, I was pissed off, because I've traveled, packed my bags, and leave my country to go across from Singapore to US, and you're telling me that the answer is all within me? So that took me a while to really understand what that answer means. And when I reflect on the learnings that I had from my time in Silicon Valley, I learned that there are two questions that I need to ask myself in order to find my answer to whether I should persevere or simply shut down my business. And the questions are, do I have the ideas to move on? And do I have the resources to do that? And at a point of time, I've been working on this startup for 4 years, and I've tried so many things that I could, and things that I know that ideas that I had at the time, always holding on to hope that perhaps the next experiment, the next thing I do is going to turn things around miraculously almost. And by that point of time, when I was in Silicon Valley, I was simply too burnt out to continue. I was just exhausted. And so with that, I decided that it is time to shut down my business, my startup. And this was one of the hardest things I had to do in my adult life. And 10 years later, it still is. And the sort of messages that you see on screen now is the literal text that I sent to my friend when I was when I've made out that decision. And I remember how there was a physical reaction to failure, because for days I was I just cried every time I'm alone, And food, for some reason, was tasteless to me for a couple of weeks. And what I was really, really upset about was that I didn't start this startup to be super rich. I didn't start this startup to be famous. I started this startup because of my passion in helping people live their best life, living the life living their best life so that they can make money out of the skills, out of their passion. And yet I couldn't do the same for myself, for my passion as a tech startup entrepreneur. And it's something that I have overcome so many challenges as a young woman in tech, not technical as well. So it was something that is really difficult to digest and understand that the startup that I built with my bare hands are also destroyed by the very same hands. And for years when I was building this startup, I have always seen myself as part of the company, or rather the company is part of me. And my identity is so closely intertwined with the startup that it was really difficult to understand that the startup has failed. Because at that point of time, all I can think was that I am the failure, not that my startup was a failure. And it was an incredibly lonely journey, because when you open up TechCrunch, all you see are startups getting funded. When you go to every meetup and talk to different founders, everything seems to be going super well for them. And I felt really alone, in the sense that I started to wonder if I was the only one who's struggling. And I really wanted someone to tell me, that they could relate to my experience, that what I'm feeling, what I'm going through it's normal, that it happens, and most importantly, that it will pass. And given that I've tied my identity so closely to the work and the output and the results of my work, I simply couldn't relax even after I shut my startup down. I figured, maybe I should start a new startup immediately, so that it doesn't seem that I have failed the startup, but rather I've pivoted, And that turned out to be a really horrible move, because on top of dealing with just the stress and the depression of a startup failure, I was trying to add on the stress and the anxiety of creating a new startup. And that was very, very harmful for me. Fortunately, I had a friend who advised me to go out and smell the roses. Then I took the time to pick myself up, to reflect, and most importantly, I gave myself the time to grieve. And when I decided to pick myself up again and get a job, I do worry a lot, because in my startup, I was a generalist. I know a little bit of a lot of things, and I wasn't sure if that is something that the market would appreciate. So these are all the companies that I've applied for, and maybe surprisingly or not surprisingly, I was rejected by all of them. And yeah, so one of the things that I learned from this experience is that A, it is very, very painful, and B, this is the lesson that I wanted to share. Nobody owes you anything. You can be down and out. You can be, and as myself, I failed a startup. I'm down and out, but it doesn't mean that people owe me anything to pick me up from the rut that I was in. And maybe this sounds a little bit harsh, but I felt that having this lesson helped me to be more grateful for the people who do help me, for the people who do give me a chance. And soon after my startup failed, after I returned back to Singapore, I did eventually get a job at a small media company. And what I learned is that you can have a lot of job application rejections. That's really sad, but that's also fine, because at the end of the day, you simply just need one job from one company, someone who will just give you that one chance to get your feet up again. And that to me was how I saw this opportunity. So at this media company, I was an ecosystem builder, and I get to travel around the region, understand different startup ecosystem, rub shoulders with the who's who of tech industry, and I really felt that I'm finally gaining the confidence to stand up on my feet again. Until I was fired 6 months after starting the job for not being a culture fit. And when I first heard that, I was livid because I felt incredibly unfair that I've overcome so much challenges to start my startup, and I failed that startup. I tried to pick myself up, and this is what I get. Like, don't I deserve a break? And at that point in time, I was ready to give up. I thought that perhaps all this, chasing a passion, a meaningful life, a mission, all of those stuff are just childish dream. And I felt that perhaps it was time for me to grow up and just get a job, that I don't care for, as long as I can have the kind of salary to just keep on living. And then I realized this old lesson: to give myself time to grieve, instead of, say, just writing off my entire future back then in my mid-20s. So soon after being fired from that job, I took a vacation to Hong Kong, where I spent a lot of time taking ferries to and fro the different islands. And this is one of the photos that I took in the boat ride, because the boat ride was cheap entertainment and it was pretty relaxing. And in that time of reflection, I sort of discovered a silver lining that over the last 6 months, yes, it was a short time of employment. However, I've saved up a lot of my savings and a lot of my salary. And if I could start a startup on my non-existent fresh grad savings, then I could do so much more with actual money in the bank. So when I think about, okay, with all of this time that I have, with the resources that I have now, what do I want to do about it? And that is when I started Tech Ladies. Because I was a non-tech woman, and I really wanted to get into the industry. And it was through the help of the community that taught me how to code that I eventually understood the power and how awesome technology is. And I just think it's such a shame that women are pulled off by technology because they felt that it's not for them. So when I had this idea for Tech Ladies, immediately I started to think about what are all the lessons that I've learned so far, and how can I use those lessons to guide me for my future? Well, there's a few lessons that I've learned. A is testing ideas really quickly and easily, and B, focusing on driving traction, not media. And so with that lesson, what I did eventually was to start Tech Ladies in parallel to looking for a job. Because I know it's almost like managing my risk, right? I don't want to jump 100% into an idea or startup or a community without first testing things out. And also, like, if that startup fails, that's fine. It doesn't affect my career in any big ways. Well, but fortunately, Tech Ladies didn't fail, and in fact, it was I dare say so myself, that I'm pretty proud of where we've been with Tech Ladies. Today, we've grown to a community of over 4,000 members in Asia, and we've trained hundreds of women in basic programming skills, and saw a handful of them eventually switching careers into tech. And these are pet groomers, gymnastic teacher, air stewardess, who, through the help of the community and the Tech Ladies, switch careers to become software engineers, product managers, and designers. That gives me a lot of joy, even though this is a passion project. It's not actually what I do for a living. And one interesting thing that I learned is that the more you focus on traction, on delivering results, the more media would actually come to feature you. So in for Tech Ladies, we have been featured by international and also local press, but these are press that came to us instead of us going to them. And I guess the bigger lesson here is also understanding that work is important to me, but my work and the results of my work does not define who I am. When I look back at the days when I failed my startup, a lot of this depression and anxiety came about because my identity is so closely intertwined with the results of my startup. And I realized that it doesn't have to be that way. My character, my actions, my behavior defines who I am, not the work that I do, not the results of my work. So that's sort of a very big learning that I eventually discovered after all the experience that I had. And soon after studying Tech Ladies, I was then employed at a big American tech company, helping to build developer communities all around Asia and helping them with training and employment opportunities. And an interesting story about this working at this tech company was that you should recall this photo that I take in Hong Kong while on a boat ride. The first work trip that this tech company sent me was to Hong Kong as well. And I checked in, into my hotel and didn't really find it was anything of importance until I was chilling in the balcony of my hotel room. And that's when I realized that the balcony that I was in overlooks the path of the ferry routes. And it was just a very chilling sort of moment of realization that a year ago I was in one of the many ferries down in the harbor, feeling really depressed and lost about myself. And a year later, I'm on this swanky 5-star business hotel and looking over the harbor, the route that the ferry used to take, and probably like laughing now. Just like look at all the sad people in the ferry ride. Just kidding. What I felt was really like a wave of emotion, and I got like some serious goosebumps because I went from feeling an absolute loser to thinking that perhaps finding passion or purpose, mission, and all those stuff are just like naive, just me being naive, to here working on a passion project that I care deeply about and working in a full-time and meaningful employment where I can still aligned with my passion and my vision of what I want to do. So I guess on hindsight, I wish I could say that, I have all of this planned, guys. I knew exactly where I was going to end up. No. And, back then I thought that the only success is defined by, success to me is just being a really successful founder of a tech company. It was not like that, not like where I am right now. And who knows, if I did persevere through my startup, I could be that image of success. But then again, I felt that, I cannot reach out to grab new opportunities if my hands are full of things I cannot let go. And as I reflect the path that took me from my journey to where I am now, perhaps it was the anxiety, the pain, the disappointment that eventually lead me to where I am now. So it was about 10 years ago. I know it's a long time. 10 years ago when I started my journey in tech. And back then, I had a goal of helping people achieve, to lead meaningful lives by making a career out of what they are passionate about. And back then, the image of success is just being a successful founder that runs a startup that does that. To fast forward 10 years now, over the years, I have overcome so many challenges. I go through the journey that I share with you. And today, I am also I'm also helping people to live meaningful lives by having careers that aligns with their passion. So what I learned is that, I didn't know how success looked like, but it doesn't mean that I'm not successful now, because I am reaching the goal that I set out to do, but in a very different path. And so I want to close my talk with a key message here, and I hope that resonates with you. I believe that there's a value in creating solutions that solve meaningful problems, and I think that the world needs more problem solvers. But this journey of starting up or creating a nonprofit is not going to be easy. And there are days that you're going to have, there are going to be days that are so bad that you struggle to get out of it. But as my story, if my story is an indication on how things could pan out, then I hope that you take this lesson with you and understand that failure is not fatal. It is not the end. And that's all I have to share with you today. So I know we don't have any questions, a Q&A section right now, but if there's any questions that you'd like to follow up, here is my email address and my Twitter handle. And yeah, that's all. Thank you so much for taking time out. Goodbye.
Hello, I'm glad to be here with you. My name is Victor, and today we will be talking about education and how it can learn from innovation and the startup businesses. You have my email there. I'll be more than happy to be in contact with anybody that wants to talk about this subject, which is my life. Well, you will see something on the next slide about I'm also a professor, so you see something about academics and places where I worked or was a visiting professor. Right now, I work with SIBE, which School of International Business and Entrepreneurship, called Stuyvesant University. It's colleague with Berlin University. Well, I'll tell you a story. I want to, because you're here, I think you might be interested on how I get here and why am I talking about this subject. I was on technical school and I was supposed to be an internee, and I found an internship on a place called Places to. It was a travel agency, and its name was Places, and Places was like a regular store where the client goes in and pick or choose the product or service he wants, pays for it, and then goes on. Well, we invented the we actually launched one of the first travel e-commerces in Brazil, which was places.com.br. Well, you might thinking about people getting their e-tickets and going to travel. Well, that's not true, because the whole system needed to be changed. The whole thing needed to be changed. And why is that? That's because most of Brazilian people didn't have their business card, their credit card, and even if they had, they were not up to use online on 1997. So what happened? I sold my shares, and I was lucky because right after that, Yahoo.com came to Brazil and almost broke the company. The company already exists, exits the market, but was a very interesting case at the time. From there, I started internet access provider called BS2. It is still working. Actually, it's from the country area of my state here in Brazil. They work with cloud computing. It was really fun, and then from there, I get to work on with Copel, which is a power plant company in south of Brazil, and and it was great because it is really organized. But I needed to learn how to speak English, and then I'm still trying. But I ended working with Mohegan Sun, which is at the time was the second largest hotel casino in the world in Connecticut, United States, and it was one unbelievable learning. Why? Because it's a massive entrepreneur. It's a massive environment that was built from nothing. Actually, they had to detoxicate the land because it was toxical at the point. And then they built one of the biggest casinos in the world, right in between Boston and New York, in a very rich area. So I learned a lot with that experience. So I went to stay 3 months. It ended to be extended for almost 2 years, of course, legally. And when I came back, I worked with Gelopar in Paraná. They work with Glassdoor merchandise machine. And my job evolved to attempt Coca-Cola, Heineken, and one Ambev. What I learned from there was the importance of the key account management. Then in 2007, we launched in Curitiba City, Lince Criativa, one of the first online agencies, web market agencies on south of Brazil. We are fortunate to be so our clients didn't have a lot of options, and we could do very interesting campaigns such as Intelbras on national market. When we say national markets in Brazil, we are saying about the continent. So you can have an idea, the whole European continent with the United Kingdom and everything could fit inside of Brazil, with the sea included. So Brazil is a very, very large country. If you are running country large campaigns, this is a good KPI. But I have a back problem. I had to do a very serious surgery, and after that, I became a professor on Positivo University. And in 2013, I was kind of far away from innovation for a while. I was on web market, but not inside innovation anymore. And then I get to know hackathons, and we built it. We launched one of the very first hackathons in Brazil, certainly the very first hackathon in Curitiba City, our town, in 2013 with Positivo University, and the biggest edition at the time of the startup weekend in 2014. 2016, I went to work in United States with Aloha of America, which was a great opportunity, and we did international business with few big and medium players among the world, especially connecting United States with Latin America. That is the business specialization. But that means a dream to me. Why is that? Because I don't know since when, but I always wanted to have an international career. I was living in Florida. My job was to connect with people all over the country. This is some of the clients. We had constant personal and online contact. And then I'm sorry, I couldn't translate that. I forgot to translate two slides. Did you know Matthew? Well, Matthew was a massive hurricane. It was supposed to go to the sea, but it ended on the land, in Florida land, right on the center of that, where Orlando is. I live in Brazil. We don't have many natural disasters. We do have other kind of disasters, but natural is not common, not that to reach people. So it was a surprise to me. I don't know if you have ever been in a hurricane, but at the same time, all the phones receive a message, a hurricane class 4, 5, 3, I don't know. It's going on your direction. Find a place to be safe. I've never seen it, so I don't know how to get safe. First thing that happens, like 40 minutes after, you can't find gas. It's all empty. Few hours later, maybe 2, 3, 4 hours, you go to the supermarket and is empty. What you see here, it's empty boxes. And then you go home. You must have water, and you must have food. Well, I couldn't find many diversity, so I bought 2 cans of candy. And then you are supposed to have a lamp. I didn't have it. Well, if you go to Maslow triangle, a lamp, it's a physiological need. That means you might die if you need. It's like wearing lifesavers on a boat trip. It's not comfortable. You don't want to have it. You don't want to use it. But if you fall out of the ship, I'm sure, I bet you want to have one of those. So you probably won't use the lamp, but you need to have it. What can I do? Well, why did I ask myself, what can I do? I thought, well, I'll go to Amazon. My mother will call me when she discovered that a hurricane is passing by, and I'll be able to say, well, I bought everything. I did everything I could, so I'm safe, Mom. Well, I went to Amazon and I bought a lamp, a good one. My mother saw on the news in Brazil about hurricane. She called me and I said, "Hey, I'm safe. I have everything. I bought everything. I spent every penny I could to be safe. To be safe." Well, certainly the lamp wouldn't arrive, and I went back to work. We did a meeting, online meeting, and life goes on, such as this event, right? And the hurricane is still growing up. We had the lockdown, so the COVID is not my first lockdown, and I was still without a lamp. Then I received an email from Amazon, which was not this one. The email said, well, we anticipated, I lost the original email. We anticipated some different kind of demand around you. Then you can find across the street from the delivery address direction a wardrobe. Inside of it, a small depot, a small warehouse, and you can find on the door number blah 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 a lamp. Thank you for choosing Amazon. Be safe. Well, I'm a professor on marketing and on business analytics, and I couldn't understand how precise, how to be so precise on a customer need, because they knew what I would need before I thought about that, before I could think about that. Well, Matthew fortunately went around the state, not through it. Of course, we had strong winds, a tree fall on a car in my condo, but we were safe. Nobody died, at least in the area I was. I hope nobody died across its route. But that's how Realize Hub was born. This is my company. We started as a chatbot company. We are no longer at this market, but now we help companies to transform itself. And we might do that with technology, such as artificial intelligence, and with techniques such as agile, such as innovation culture, such as innovation implementation, innovation investments, startup developing, and maybe training and spin-off planning. This is what we do. And because today is Saturday, not Friday, but Saturday, and I live in south of Brazil, so we love the barbecue. You must have heard from the Gaucho's barbecue. And if you are veggie, no problem. We will have veggies around, okay? But who here is good on barbecue? I'm certain you have a friend which can bake a very good barbecue. Can be veggie, can be vegan, or a barbecue. All right, what do you need to do a barbecue? You need what you will bake: meat, fruits, vegetables, whatever, fire, and probably salt, right? Salt. And coal in order to do the fire. Well, if you are good on barbecue, you're supposed to get the fire done, to light it up, right? What's your success rate on opening the container, the coal container by the rope? Well, I miss that every time. But why don't the coal has a easy open way? Well, I went for research on the coal factories that you can find around Paraná State, inside Paraná State, the state I live in Brazil. And by the third factory, I came back home. Why? Because the owner, who was very gentle to talk to me, they said, well, but it is easy. Well, you must find the right side of the rope, take a little knot out, and then take it off. Well, why that never changes? Well, those pictures might show you something. What you see on the left, you may say, well, I see a cube. What you see on the center? Well, I see a dog. What do you see on the right side? Well, I see a panda. Well, actually, you see some painted things, and then your brain covers the areas that your eyes don't see, and then you see a shape in there. And once you see a shape, it's kind of hard not to see it. Like this very famous picture from this elephant. How many legs does this elephant have? Well, it's a good question. It's 4. I never heard from 5, but take care on the leg you are counting. Your brain, your eyes might be tricking your brain. What do you see first? 2 faces or a glass? Well, the German school called Gestalt, they look after shapes and how do you take care of it inside of your brain, how you process that inside your head, your brain. Well, you see first what you want. So if you want a glass of wine, probably you saw the glass first. If you saw faces, maybe you want to see people, you want to interact. I don't know. I have a few other examples. Some of them might be very clever, such as these Melbourne Food and Wine Festival. What they are doing, they are enjoying this trend of your brain to connect things, and then they are mixing the bottle shape with few small bottle, and then you see a fork. It's very clever because it will help you remembering what you are seeing. It's like driving. It's like learning how to drive. It's kind of hard, but once you know it, you know it. But we should be talking about education and innovation process, such as design sprint, design thinking, agile. You must be thinking that. Am I wrong? I came for education thing here. What's happening? Well, I'll get to the point. Please, believe me. Like Xerox. The year is, I'm not sure, but it's the end of the 1950s, right? They have a copy machine, and it is really expensive. They know how to produce it. The competency is getting close, such as Sharp, Gradient, Kodak, and they think they need to learn how to get to sell the machines. It is so expensive that only market like armies and governments and maybe huge public huge universities could have it. They couldn't sell it. What they have done, it was a challenge. What challenge was it? Well, the challenge was they changed it from industry to a service. What I mean? Well, they changed their business model. They went from a factory which sells products to a service model which sells every month her services. And it was a success for over 60 years. Actually, to do a copy, it's Synomics of Xerox in many countries and maybe continents around the world. LiveStraw is also a great example. It is a way to get water clean without chemicals, only with plastic and this kind of thing. How do you buy it? It's about $7 on eBay, but how can you distribute that so people without clean water access, fresh water access, can use it so they don't die without water? Well, people are using carbon credit to pay for that. I think that's clever. That's a way to see in a different way. Do you remember when I first introduced myself? I said I'm a professor. Well, when I became a professor in 2008, it was right before the crisis. I mean, the 2008 crisis, the subprime crisis. I remember hearing from Jean-Paul Trichet, I mean, in a chart such as this one. Well, when the crisis came, our economic system immediately told us, I'm not protected enough. Well, this is different words. I'm remembering the way he thought. He was saying we need better tools to deal with economics, to be safer. Well, I believe education now needs to reinvent itself. Why? Because when the COVID-19 came, the education business model, which was built in the century 12, immediately had problems. Professors nowadays are going crazy trying to get their kids and students on N-level learning. But we are trying to teach in the same way we did in the past, presentially, but we are doing that online. I believe the school at this very moment has a lot to learn. I mean, schools and business schools and doctor degree programs, we are good on teaching. We're good on learning what we are going to teach. But we are kind of in a safe place. Because when the crisis come, it's kind of safe to be inside the academic environment. People will be paying their tuition, you get your salary paid, and it's kind of previsible. Like at the beginning of the year, here at the South Hemisphere, in February, it started classes. So you know when you need to start to advertise, you know when you have people attempting, you know how to classify it, and then you know how to serve it. But now it changed. And the education all over the world needs to rebuild itself because it is on the scratch. And if you are a professor, if you are an owner or a director, a DM, you must be thinking how. And this is why we came here. I think we must learn from it. This is how startups deal with failing. This is how startups deal with, well, I didn't find a way yet. Well, we had the way and we don't have it anymore, talking about education. And for this reason, we need to think about how. I believe we need to have inside academic, inside the business called education, an innovation sector for market proposals, not for research, not for clients, but for ourselves. We need to promote entrepreneurship. That means people being entrepreneurs inside the companies. Maybe that can guide you through a path that will take you for spin-off, right? A new brand, or maybe it will make your brand stronger. Like Nestlé, the brand, it's cheaper than Nescafé, and Nespresso, it's going up just as a rocket. I think you must use design thinking the way that designers think, so they get so creative. Agile culture, you know, the waterfall chronogram does not work anymore. Design sprint, a week, and you can get new products, strong ones, innovative. And more than ever, school must be close to the institutions, private ones, such as other schools, startups and companies, and non-governmental, such as ONGs, and institutions such as governmental. Help them finding better ways to do businesses. Well, I'm very glad to get here with you. Those are my contacts. I'm in Brazil, so you have a +55 before the 41, right? And the phone number. So +55 41 99 201 0806. My email and my company's blog, which will be a pleasure to hear from you. Thank you very much. I'm very happy. And if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer it.
Hi everyone. Can you guys hear me? Okay, so I'm Piettra. I'm very happy to be here. I want to thank the Campus Party organization for inviting me. It's such an honor to be here. And let's start my presentation. Okay. I had to share my screen, right? Yeah, sorry. Okay, can you guys see it? Yeah, okay, you can. Okay, can I share my presentation now? Okay. So, hello again. I want to thank everyone who's watching me here today. First of all, I want to say I'm an artist and I am also Women Will Lead. I'm going to talk about it in the next slide, but first I want to share what we believe. We believe that when women prosper, we all prosper. So no matter what your gender, we can change the world together. So around the globe, across the decades, from generation to generation, women face challenges. And I believe we can surpass these challenges through Women Will. But what is Women Will? Women Will is a Grow with Google program. And here in the south of Brazil is organized by GBG Curitiba. That is Google Business Group. I won't talk a lot about GBG, but I will leave the website at the end of this presentation if you guys want to know more about it. But it's basically a Google program that is spread all around the world and focused on business. So at Women Will, we believe that we can make the world more equal, one woman at a time. Because we know that when women have equal access to information and opportunity, anything is possible. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about the world we live in and our unconscious bias and how to overcome them. This presentation is originally a workshop, so I try to transform it into a presentation. So we'll talk very quickly about everything. So the world we live in today. Here are some statistics, but basically the most important thing is that the gender pay gap is a very strong factor in gender equality. So if you continue to do what we're doing today, it will take us 257 years to close the gender pay gap. And when you take a moment to consider the constant impact that this has, it reaches into every area of our life. This disparity creates a systemic disparity in power and security globally. And about the leadership gap, it's a significant contributor to both the pay gap and poor solution design. While women make up to 45.7% of the employee workforce, only 5.8% of them are CEOs. And this clearly demonstrates that a lack of female representation in leadership is a systemic challenge that needs to be addressed as we move towards gender equality. So it's time for us to change that. So how did we get here? These inequalities are a product of systemic and personal barriers. They stand in the way of women and our leadership and are built based on unconscious bias. Why does bias exist? Unconscious bias is a system of learned stereotypes and assumptions that influence our subconscious decisions and judgments. So basically, if you have a brain, you have unconscious bias. It's not something we can run out of. So the brain is hardwired to have unconscious bias. Every day, we make countless decisions without realizing it. Our brain has an enormous potential to build up information, but we only use like a little portion of it. And early human history, different was dangerous, and the tool for not being vigilant could cost you your life. So it's the survival instinct that means our brains are hardwired to have unconscious bias. We are built to have biases, and we are programmed to consider people who are different as dangerous and those who are similar to us as safer. So basically, it's not your fault you have these biases. You have these things that you construct, these judgments about other people. What is your fault is what you do with that information. It's important to have biases because they help us to surpass dangerous environments. So if something is dangerous to us, we can look to it and run for it. But if there's no danger at all, we don't have to base our information about someone based on their judgment, on how they look, on what their color, or what their place in the world. So we have to first talk about these biases to overcome them. So it's very important to understand where the bias comes from so we don't have to blame ourselves from having it. So how can we overcome the discomfort about talking about these biases? Well, first of all, we need to communicate with respect and curiosity. We have to understand that everyone has biases. It's natural. So we have to understand and respect our biases, our experiences with it, and be able to listen to the bias and experiences of other people. Respect their time and respect your own time with dealing with it. We also have to remove the stigma. As I said, if you have a brain, you have bias. So it's not about what's right or what's wrong. So we have to talk about it. You don't need to justify yourself. You don't need to explain yourself and said, oh, but I think like that because I saw something. There's no need to explain yourself. We have to focus on understand the bias and overcome it. It's not about right or wrong. We have to avoid saying the us versus them language. This is not supposed to be a war. It's supposed to be how we can unite and work to overcome that. So we have to understand that people had different, how do you say it? You have different people. Some people think something, some things are right and something, to some people it's very different, the concept of right or wrong. So that can change a lot depending on each individual. So what we do have to understand is that we don't have to appoint, oh, you're wrong, oh, no, this is right, this is wrong. We have to understand other people's experiences, our experiences, share that to one another, and understand what are those biases, how to overcome them, and respect that even if someone's wrong by your point of view, you have to talk about it first. You have to talk about this first and try to explain why you think it's wrong, because actually you could be the wrong one. And it's okay. All you have to do is talk about it. And last but not least, we have to build a safe environment. Talking about biases, it's a very complicated conversation. So first of all, we need to search a safe environment to do so. We have to search places that we feel comfortable to talking about it, when you know it won't be any judgment. Actually, it can have judgment, but not in like, oh, I'm judging you because you're wrong, but I'm judging you, but I'm going to show you that why I think this is wrong. You know, it has to be a safe environment. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be right. It has to be somewhere where you feel comfortable, psychologically comfortable. So if you want, you can search these places, but if you don't find these places, these environments where you can talk about it, it's very important for you to build these environments. So if you're talking to a group of friends and you feel that this is a safe place, you talk about it, you can talk about it and discuss it. But if you feel that somebody is trying to point fingers and say you're wrong, you can say like, oh, I believe that we don't have to do that. This is a safe environment. It's very important to talk about this. Okay, so let's understand the system, the hardwire of it. Let's understand the systemic and the personal barriers that impact us. The systemic barriers. Let's understand a little bit about it. This is like the external barriers. It's like everyone's telling you that you're not good enough. Here's an example of it. A study conducted last year found clear evidence for gender biases in recruitment. In the experiment, 4 different resumes with equivalent qualification was sent to a lot of job offers from a range of occupations. The results indicated a strong bias in favor of men with regards to gender bias in recruitment. The bias increased when the resume represented a female application children. Well, this is a typical example that we as women see a lot these days. So it's basically people telling that you're not good enough, that you can't take care of whatever because you have to take care of children, because you have to stay home. And let's understand a little bit more about now our personal barriers before I can tell you guys how to overcome the systemic barrier. So about our personal barriers. So this is like more our intern barrier. It's like when you tell yourself that you're not good enough, regardless of what anyone says, you're telling yourself that you're not good enough. And that impacts a lot our personality. And it can come in a lot of forms, in a lot of crises, a lot of diseases, mental diseases. But one of them is called the imposter syndrome. And it's a product of how we are socialized from a young age. It's a very common syndrome that most people have it. And it means a collection of feelings of inadequacy that persist despite evident success. And what type of people can have this syndrome? Basically, all the smart, successful people that you think have this shit together. So it's okay to have these problems. You're not alone. Another barriers that we experience as women is that lack of confidence in our own capabilities, thinking that we're not good enough, thinking that you are not ready yet, assuming that others know more than you, and not wanting to seem arrogant. So what personal barriers are holding you back? Whether it's someone telling you that you are not good enough, or that even if it's yourself that telling that you're not good enough, or even both, it's important to demonstrate that we all have our own personal barriers, because they are a product of our experiences, our fears, and our beliefs. And as scary as it might be, to overcome our barriers, we need to identify and understand them. So this is the first step to really going forward, really surpassing the berries that we have. So we have to first understand what happens inside so that we can step forward. And women will overcome their berries. You will overcome your berry. So the easiest way to start this process of overcoming things is to step out of your comfort zone and step into the opportunities that you have previously held yourself back from. By taking these steps, you can retain the belief systems of your brain and increase your confidence over time. So basically what we have to do is understand, tell yourself that you can do it. You have to go against your own brain and prove them wrong, prove your brain wrong. So when you're confident, even when you don't feel confident, when you act confident, other people will believe that you're confident because that's what you're showing them, that you're confident. So if we want to overcome our systemic barriers, we have to show everyone that yes, we can do it because we can. So we have to do things, we have to show everyone that we are capable. And first of all, to do all those things, you have to convince yourself that you're capable. So how can we overcome those barriers? I'm going to show you some steps to do that. I already told you that we have to be confident. Even if you don't think you are, you have to act like it until one day you'll be confident, or you're going to show yourself as a confident person, and people will sense that and people will believe you. So this is our 4 key steps to overcoming your barrier. Build your network, learn to negotiate, develop your style, create your own identity. You're unique and you have to show it. And last but not least, own your success. So don't do it alone. This is a picture of the first time I was introduced to the GBG, to the Women Will program. It was at the Global Summit 3 years ago in Singapore. And it was such a supportive environment because it was a whole day of training only for women. So we feel so supported. We feel that the problems that we have here, we have all around the world, that we are not alone. And that's so much important. I can't express enough how the importance of this. So the person standing next to me, it's my mom, with the same shirt as mine. She's my mom. She's the person that I know if I do anything wrong, no matter what I do, she will be there for me. She will be there to support me, to tell me I'm wrong, to tell me I'm right, to be the shoulder to cry on. And it's very important for you to find that person that you trust. And it's okay if it's not your mom. It can be your aunt, your grandmother. It can be your friends. It can be not just one person, but a group of friends. But it's very important to find that person when you trust, where you can share your secrets, you can share your fears, and share what you can do to change that. So don't do it alone. I know it's hard. I know sometimes we think we are doomed to suffer, that we are alone and there's no one around us, even when there's a lot of people around us. But the main step is to reach out for those people. And I truly know how it's hard for us for help. Because I don't know about you guys, but I mostly want to do everything alone, because I know I think I can solve all things, but we don't do things alone. We do need other people. So ask for help. As much hard as it may be, you can start small, like, oh, hi, so I just wanted to stay here for a while and share this thing that I've been going through. or even if you don't want to share anything, even if you don't want to talk, you must call someone and said, can you please stand by me and, I don't know, eat some ice cream and watch some Netflix with me. I don't want to talk about it. I'm just a little down and I need some company. It starts simple as that, and it's okay. Not every time we have to talk about our feelings, but it's also very important. So don't do it alone. It's a very important step. Learn how to negotiate. It's basically that this is about business, but it can also mean to a lot of areas of our lives. You have to know that you have something and the other people have something you want. So how can you share the thing you have? What's the counterpart? What do you have to offer to trade with that people? So you have to learn how to negotiate and how to balance these two things that you need. And I'm not talking about only about money. I'm talking about everything that you may possibly think. Develop your style. You have to create your identity. You have to understand who are you in the world and what are you here to do. And so basically to do that, it's very important to create a personal brand. And to do that, there's 3 key ingredients. So this is you in the world, and what will you want to do? What message do you want to pass to this world? First, you have to understand, what is this message? Who are you and what you want to share to the world? What you want people to know about you, and who are you basically? Who are you and what you want to do? The medium is the platform where you want to do it. What platform are you going to use it to share the message you want to send? The measurement is about taking note of things you want to do, of things you do. It's more something that you something you have to do it for yourself. Of course, you can share with someone, but it's basically the things you want to do and you want to know you're gonna do. And okay, it's a complicated. It's a little bit complicated, but I'm gonna give you an example, a personal example. Let's take, for instance, I am a dancer. I'm a feminist, and the message I want to give to the world is that I want to change the world through art and speak about gender equality. Basically, that's my message. That's who I am. And how, with platform, what's the medium I'm going to use to do that? I want to use Instagram. I want to share my dance videos on Instagram. I want to share that I do lectures about gender equality. I do workshops about gender equality and how can I mix those things and share it to the world. I'm going to use Instagram. The measurement is something, it's a plan. I do it for myself. Like I want to post at least 2 dance videos per month. Or I want to do one lecture per month, and I can do things. I can talk about these things to myself, like, okay, I'm gonna do this week. I have to do this so I can achieve this. So I can achieve that. So basically, it's very important for you to understand who you are, your message, how you're going to share this message to the world, and measure that result. That's basically it. And to do that, it's very this action plan that you can use. So you have to commit to what you want to achieve. So it's very important to note, write things down that you want to do. I want to do this thing in the next 24 hours. I want to do this in the next week. I want to do this in the next month. But it's not something like you note to yourself. That's something you write and you will do something someday. It's not like the things I want to do before I die. It's more like the things I want to do, the things I will do to change the environment around myself. So, for instance, if I want to be more confident, I want to work on that. Of course, it's not something you will have through day. So what will I do today to make that happen? I'm gonna go up to the mirror and tell myself I'm beautiful. I'm gonna change up my hair to differently, so maybe I be more confident about it. So what plans, what actions will you do to change the environment around you? And the most important thing is to take action. I know it's very hard to do that. Actually, it's just one of my more the top barriers of my life, because I'm very scared of making mistakes. So sometimes I stay still because I don't want to do anything wrong. But it's very important to do things because you learn from your mistakes. So even if you're wrong, even if you're frightened, you have to take action. You have to do it. So yeah, maybe something will go wrong or not. Things could go absolutely fine. But even if they go wrong, you can learn from those mistakes and be better and better and better. So take action. Just take action. Do things, just do it. And own your success. This is very hard for most people, and I found talking about myself, because it's very hard for us to accept the things that we do, to accept that, yes, I did that, and I own it. Because most of the times we don't want to see like we're bragging about something. And when someone gives me a compliment about something I did, I reflect that compliment and I say, no, it's not about me. It's like, actually, it's not good enough. I don't think it's good enough, but yeah, whatever. And we have to learn not to do that. We have to own our success. So the next time when someone tells you, compliments you, instead of deflecting this compliment, like I do a lot, you can say thank you. You can say, I know sometimes they don't feel like you're thankful enough, but you can say thank you for the compliment. I'm happy you noticed. I'm very happy with your compliment. Thank you. That's all you have to say. It's thank you. And another thing, if you want to, specifically in the artistic realm, when you have to show what do you do, what will you work for. So how to do that without brag. If you're talking about facts, you're not bragging. You're telling people what you do. So you can come and you can also say how you feel about it. For instance, well, I feel very happy to perform in one of the most biggest theater in the world. So there you go. You tell that you're happy with the action you take, and you didn't brag about it. You just tell people what you do and how you feel about it. And that's basically it. You have to own your success. You have to accept the things that you do. And if you want to share what you do with people, you have to tell what you do. You can't just simply assume that someone will discover what you do. Sometimes they do, but you have to learn how to share it, and share it with plenitude. You have to share it with, own it with confidence, because what you do, it's awesome. So own your success. So that's basically it. If you guys feel motivated about this presentation, I will be very happy to know what you think women will do and what will you do to change the environment around you. So please, whatever you do, whatever action it is, even if the most simplest thing in the world, please share with us, and please share and tag Women Will and Women Will Curitiba. I'll be very happy to know what kind of actions you guys want to take about that. And just to reinforce, When women prosper, we all prosper. So let's change the world together. I'm gonna leave you some contacts. So if you have any questions, you can contact me in my personal Instagram. You can send me an email. Please follow our colleague with Piettra Marques. And if you want to know a little bit more about GBG Curitiba, please follow the site. Follow Women Will Curitiba on Instagram. We are still in construction, but we'll have a lot of content briefly. And while we're not Women Will, follow GBG Curitiba. We still have some Women Will content there. So if you have any questions, if you want to know more about the workshop and the work I do in art, just send me anything on this social media. I want to thank you guys again for watching me. Thank you so much, Campus Party. I'm very happy to be here. It was challenging, but I think it was worth it. So is there any questions? Is there anything I can let me stop my presentation here? Is there anything, you guys? Okay, there's a lot of comments. Thank you everyone who's coming on YouTube. I can read them all here, but I'm gonna read it later. Yeah, you can know more about GBG and the website, gbg-curitiba.org. Yeah, you can just search GBG Curitiba on Google. That's all. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Hello, guys. Welcome to Campus Party UK, this amazing event that's supposed to help us find new ways of living, right? This is something that we have all been looking for, and I'm happy to be here with you. I'm happy that you are here. And I'm especially happy about this year's Campus Party because the tagline is reboot the world, right? It's not only a tagline, we know that. We know that we are desperately in need of new ways of living, and we are all counting on each other to find these new ways of living, right? I think that as humankind, we can always do a little bit better, right? So welcome to Campus Party UK again, and welcome to my quiet place, right? This is the place in which I slow down. I have some breathing space here, and I would like to welcome you here to talk about this very important subject in the life of artists, as well as in the lives of people that consume art and entertainment, right? So give me a second here. All righty. It is the future of live performance, right? Future of live performance. We are not here to answer million-dollar questions, right? I want to start with that. We're not here to answer, right? We're here to talk about these questions that we have in our heads as artists, as performers, and as consumers of art and of entertainment, right? I will talk more about that as we go. First, right, who is this person here talking to you, right? My name is César Munhoz, and for the past 20 years, I've been creating art and entertainment assets for projects worldwide, right? So I've been working with brands, I've been working with movies, with television series, I've been working with other artists, and I've also been creating my own projects, right? I have studied at Full Sail University, where I had a master's. I concluded a master's in entertainment business that helped me a lot to understand a little bit more about the administration part of it, right? And I want to welcome you to join me on Instagram, right? You can join me on Instagram here at César Munhoz, right? Or you can also join me at my brand new Instagram account, the brand new Instagram account of my 10-year-long performance project, Mitomano, right? So please join me there. And if you want to send me messages during the talk, I'm here with my phone and we'll be talking about it, okay? All righty. So why I want to talk about this subject with you, right? Because I think that you, especially you as an artist, you artists are kind of tired of hearing people talk about the future of live performance, the future of things as like big trends, right? Things that are too distant from the reality of independent artists, right? And of artists in general, right? We always hear people talking about big trends and how things are going in the macro aspect of things, as well as on like how big corporations are dealing with them. But I really want to talk to you about it as a person that is going through the same things that you are going through right now, right? I am an artist too. I am a producer, and I am dealing with the same issues that you are dealing now during the pandemic, right? So the reason why I'm here and I want to talk to you is that we need to find ways together, right, to manage this situation and continue reaching our audience in the best way possible, right? So let's put down our notepads a little bit, right? We're not going to talk about trends that will be forgotten in a week, probably, right? All right. So this is the main topic of this talk. What you can do to find ways within your context to get closer to your audience, right? To maintain that relationship that we love to have with the people that consume what we produce. And also as consumers, if you are a consumer of art, I think it's a very good idea that you are watching this talk, because it will be great to understand a little bit more about the other side of things, right? Let's go. All right. I want to start with 3 questions, right? And when you think of these questions, I want you to take these questions with you as you move forward, right? In your career, not only during the pandemic, but every time you face a situation that requires some extra thinking, some problem solving, right? This is going to help you a lot. But these questions specifically, I designed them specifically because of the pandemic situation, right? So I want you to really put them inside of you and take them with you on your career, right? Also, if you want to send me your answers via my Instagram DM, feel free to do so, right? I am here with my phone and I'll be taking a look at them as I can, right? Let's go. First question, what do you miss the most about live performances, right? Take some time to think about it. What do you miss the most about live performances as an artist and as a consumer? As a consumer of entertainment, I really miss that thing of going to a concert and rocking with people, shaking it out, right? Being together, right? Hugging people, right? Cheering together, seeing the same artists that we like, finding commonalities in our interests, right? There is an aspect to that when it comes to going to a live show. Don't you agree? Right? Not only a live show when I'm talking about music, but theater, even the movie theater experience, which is not like a person performing in front of you, but everybody is there with a common objective, right? With a common goal of enjoying the same thing, right? As an artist, something that I miss a lot is going on tour, for example. I love going on tour. I love meeting new people, going through different cities all the time. And what else? Sometimes when I have the opportunity, it's also great to meet people backstage, right? Meeting fans backstage. Also, as a fan, I love the opportunity I have when I have the opportunity, right? To meet the artists that I love so much, right? Maybe getting an autograph. That's magic moment that happens when we are live together, right? So think about what are your things, right? What do you miss the most about live performances? Fear. César, are we really talking about fear? Yes, we are. And this is the moment to talk about fears, right? This is the perfect moment to talk about fears because we are living some of our biggest fears right now as artists, right? We are not being able to see each other, right? When it comes to live performances, for example, since we don't have the income that comes from live performances, a lot of our livelihood is on hold, right? How are we going to pay the bills, right? So really take some time to dwell into your fears, right? What do you fear the most about what it might become of live performances? Will you be substituted by a hologram? Maybe you will never, right, play a live concert again in the traditional way, right? Just a second here. Campus Party team is calling me. Okay. All right. I hope you guys are able to see the questions here, right? So if you are not, talk to me later, right? So what do you fear the most, right? Take some time to delve into those fears, because this is going to be very important, right? Now that you really faced your worst fears, let's think about the ideal situation, right? What would you like live performances to become from now on, right? How would you like them to improve, right? So after you talked to your fears, talk to your desires, right? Your craziest desires. What would you like to become possible in a live performance that maybe wasn't before, right? And maybe even isn't now, but what would you like to become possible in a live performance, right? Think about it. For example, I would like to, let's see, what I would like to maybe have a more personal experience with people, right? I don't know. Maybe have a more private one-on-one experience with some fans, right? That would be fun, maybe, right? And I'm going to talk now about my own experience dealing with these questions and also with live performance so far, right? I'm going to talk to you about my project a little bit, right? About my project, Mitomano. Not only because it's my project and I want you to know about it, but also because I think there is something in the DNA of Mitomano that can be really useful for all of us, right? When it comes to dealing with problem solving as an artist, as an independent artist, right? So if you want to know more about Mitomano, please go to mitomano.com, right? You have some pictures there. You can listen to the songs, right? And the thing about Mitomano that I think is really useful for me now in the pandemics and doesn't make me so desperate right now is that I always took things one day at a time with Mitomano, right? So just a second here. Campus Party team is calling me. All right. Just a second. Okay. All right, so one day at a time, right? What does it mean? It means that every time that I book the show or that I wanted to book a show, I researched a lot about the place and the city and the venue, and I decided to make a different show for every date, right? So you will probably never see a Mitomano show that is the same, right? And that is something that I decided to incorporate into my my project. And that way of thinking got me into a lot of crazy situations, like, for example, playing in a hard rock venue, singing a cappella and dancing to the samba, right? With a mask on, which almost got me killed. But it was a fun experience, right? I made a lot of interesting friendships in that concert. I made a lot of friends. I made a lot of fans in that concert, unexpectedly. I also had the opportunity to rock arenas with hundreds of people singing and dancing together and shaking it off, right? Shaking it off together. I've also been to art galleries, performing endurance pieces, like, for example, those pieces that you take a long time to work with, right? I remember once I went to a theater festival and I decided to do a 24-hour long piece that was entirely based on the decisions of the audience. And there was also a situation in which I worked with video. And there was a group of scientists from Australia. They decided to use me as a Hive artist. And they decided what they wanted me to do, right? And then I remember I went to, I was living in New York at the time, and they decided that I should approach a stranger and ask this stranger to tell me a secret. All right, just a second here, guys. All right. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of different possibilities. And the message that I want to leave here with this Mitomano experience is that this is the time for us to take things one day at a time and also start things from scratch, right? Start things from scratch, right? So maybe your wildest dreams could be possible, right? But you have to step away from that preconceived notion of a live performance, and you have to ask these questions yourself and bring them to your context, right? Your identity as an artist, right? Bring them to yourself. Start from scratch, one day at a time. What am I gonna do now, right? All right, let me thank Campus Party team here. They're helping me share the screens with you. All right, so I made a compilation of the most interesting ideas that I found so far from some independent artists. Some artists are not independent. Can you hear the crazy wind here on my window? I am in a city called Curitiba in Brazil. We have singing winds, right? So please bear with it, right? So how are artists reaching audiences now, right? So even the ideas that I'm going to show you here that are not from independent artists, they are ideas, I brought them here because they are ideas that you can apply with a very low budget, right? You can apply with not a lot of equipment, right? So there are lots of ideas that you can put into practice to make the most of your connection with the audience, right? All right, so the first one that I would like to point out are intimate experiences, right? I have a friend from Curitiba called Darlene Lepeti. She is a drag queen, and she decided to record personalized, customized messages, right? So if you want to send a customized message to someone you love, you can talk to Darlene, she can do it for you, right? The same thing is being done by a nice group of artists from Rio Grande do Sul, Carlinhos Carneiro, Chico Bretanha. They have a group of bands, a brotherhood of sisterhood of bands in Rio Grande do Sul that decided to do that too, right? So they decided to do that during Brazilian Valentine's Day, for example, June 12th. They were selling, literally selling those messages, right? You chose your favorite songs from these artists. They recorded for you on a video message, and you could send to your loved one during Valentine's Day, right? So that's amazing. Another thing that I've been doing, for example, I've been working with digital parties, right? Mitomano is promoting digital parties. So you can go to my website and then you can join these digital parties. So it's an intimate experience for you, right? Because you are there, right? But you are on a dance floor with a lot of people. We have avatars. It's a lot of fun, right? We can do it together. And also, I've been working with breathing space lives. So if you follow me on Instagram, Mitomano.h, every time you see me around, I will be promoting a breathing space live. So we are quiet, right? I usually do some crazy abstract visual stuff. Sometimes we listen to classical music, right? Or sometimes we are just quiet in the dark, right? A breathing space life, literally, right? Regularity, right? People that are creating content like crazy, right? In high frequency, right? I am not those kind of people, right? I am not part of that group. My thing is another thing, right? But I know a lot of interesting people that are doing things like that. I would like to point out Jim Gaffigan. He is a comedian from the United States. And I was going to see him live in São Paulo, March 13th. And one day before the event, he canceled it and came back to the United States to his 5 children family because the borders were about to be closed, right? The pandemic was officially declared. And but on the day of the live performance in São Paulo, he created a show called Dinner with the Gaffigans. So he said that he was worried about people that were lonely, right, in their places, right? So people that, for example, high-risk people that cannot really interact a lot with a lot of people during the pandemic, they are totally lonely, right? So he decided to create this show on YouTube. It's a free show. You can go there, and it's also a fundraiser. You can go there and literally have dinner with them, right? You can watch them have dinner. He sometimes performs some routines, some comedic routines. You can talk to his children and his wife, and it's really, really, really fun. And this is something that has been bringing people closer to him, right? And on the side, he's releasing a new special, right, on commercial platforms. So he's also in touch with people that love his work, right? Also, deluxe experiences. Deluxe experiences. Please take note of Anatelli, Fabrizio Anatelli. I think it's Fabio Anatelli or Fabrizio Anatelli. I forgot the first name now. But he is the creator of O Teatro Mágico. It's a Brazilian project called O Teatro Mágico, the Magic Theater. And he's been created deluxe concerts for only 12 people. And he interacts with each and every people during the concert. So this is an amazing experience, right? I think that now the ticket is around $50 in Brazilian bucks, which for you it's not a lot, unfortunately for us. But $50 here in Brazil, it's a good price of ticket, but you have a personal experience with the artist. This is amazing, right? The artist talks to you during the show. This is super, super, super cool. I totally recommend that you go for it. Collaborations, right? Collaboration is the word, right? Now, we have to collaborate with each other. And now I want to talk about Lucius. Lucius is a singing duo. They are my favorite singing duo. They are currently based in LA. And they are promoting a couple of open mic nights on Instagram. So they are live on Instagram. You watch, and if you're lucky, they can invite you to join them and sing with them, right? For their audience, which is a pretty vast audience, right? So this is a very generous group of people that is helping independent artists. And maybe you could do the same, right? You could do the same with your group, right? Who is your group, right? Your group of artists. Get them together, right? Let's make this revolution together, right? Also, I would like to point out the square aesthetics, which is not new, right? But now it's here to stay, right? So everybody is in a rectangle, right? There is a very interesting comedy group that is based both on LA and Canada. It's called the Sunday Service Improv Group. And they are transporting the live shows that they used to do on stage to, can you hear the wind? They are transporting their live shows to experiences like this one, right? Every artist is in their own houses, right? They share each other's experience on a rectangle, right? So this is something that could be explored by us, right? In our favor. How can we explore that to our favor, right? Guys, I hope you've made the most out of this experience, right? Again, I am really happy that you were here and that we could share this experience together. Just a second. Right. And so I would love to continue this talk with you, right? Artists, consumers, producers. Let's work together, guys, to make live performance a reality in the best possible way in the post world, right? Campus Party team, can you just please show my image again, just so I can give a goodbye to people. And thanks a lot, guys. We're gonna make...
Hi everyone, my name is Yasmin Graeml. I'm a blogger and a podcast host, and today I'm going to talk with you guys about the Transmedia Award. And I know that this name might sound a little bit complicated, but I promise it's very simple. So this presentation will be in two parts: why we share and how we share. But before I get into there, I will show you where I share and who am I. So this is me in a few versions. You have me on my LinkedIn profile over here, and you have me on the drawing I use on my travel blog here. Both for this photo and this drawing were made by the same artist, but just in very different moments. Over here, you have journalism, because I love sharing stories, and that's why I chose journalism. I love to travel, and this is why I have a travel blog. And I did a minor on journalism at the digital age at UC Berkeley, and that's how I turned it out, being a podcast host on an entrepreneurship podcast. So these are my main topics. That's why they are big. And here I have some fun facts. I love photography, I train circus, and I love Disney, so I worked over there in the Disney College program. These two presentations of myself is really important for what we're talking today, but you're gonna understand that really soon. So before I start talking about social media and sharing content online, I want to pass you all my social media. I know it's a lot of them, and I'm going to talk about why I use so many and which ones maybe you should use to make your digital presence. But at the moment, I just want to ask you to please, if you're going to share, please tag me so I can find what you were posting, because we create so much content online daily. So where do I share? I share on my travel blog, Qualquer Latitude, that I created when I was 16 on a high school exchange to Australia. And more recently, I started sharing at Brazucas no Vale, a podcast about entrepreneurship in the Silicon Valley. And if you were asking yourself how I talk about travel and entrepreneurship, how does those topics relate, I also asked myself quite a few times, because I always thought I love it to write in Qualquer Latitude because I love it to travel. So I was wondering since when I started liking so much the entrepreneurship topic, the innovation topic, and technology. That is something that now I'm super passionate about, but when it started. And I realized that the reason I love both topics so much is because it gives me the opportunity to share. And this all started when we received it at Brazucas no Vale, a DM message from a guy from a small town here in Brazil that said, I heard about the Silicon Valley on TV. No one in my city want to talk about it. They don't know what it is. And now I feel like I have someone to talk when I listen to the podcast. And that was the same feeling when I read that message that I get when girls who read Qualquer Latitude text me saying they were afraid to travel, and they read my blog and realized that if I could do it, they could also do it, and went on an exchange, went backpacking. Anyway, I realized what they have in common and why I like them so much is because they give me the opportunity to share and take people to new places. But now, talking more generally as a society, why we share and why we should share. First of all, because we are storytellers, and sharing content came way before the internet and social media. We share knowledge through books, through school, even back in the days when people used to sit around the bonfires for the oral tradition to get passed down by the elderly. The second reason is because we are very privileged. We all have privilege. If you're watching this now, you have the privilege to know that Campus Party is going on. If English is not your first language, like it is not mine, you are very privileged to know how to speak English. And considering we are in the middle of a pandemic, you are very privileged to be alive and to not be sick, or at least not sick enough to the point you can't be watching this right now. And what I like to say, a quote from Ariana Grande, I see it, I want it, I got it, is that seeing it is a big privilege you have to being somewhere, to know someone, to get some information. But then wanting it is like your motivation. What is going to make you hard work to get somewhere, to get to what you want? And when you finally get it, that's your merit. I don't think that privilege takes out someone's merit. You know, it's not because you had the privilege to be in a library that you're going to be smart. You need to want to be smart. You need to sit there, read books, study to be a smart person. And I tell you, from the same creators of with big power comes big responsibilities, I tell you, with big privilege come big duties, especially the duty to share. We have the duty to expand our privilege to the others. And I put it here, this fishing woman, to remember that old story of don't give a man a fish, teach him how to go fishing. So if you are lucky enough to know how to go fishing, that means someone's told you, and it's your time to tell someone how to go fishing. So in the end of the day, we can all get a fish. And now we get to the point of how we share. That's the thing that have been changing, because the fact that we share is not new at all. And how we've been sharing since back in the days changed a lot when we got out of the oral tradition and the bonfires to being able to live for all over the world and to share content with anyone you want. That was a big variety of how to share your content. Until it came 2020 and said, be digital. Now we can only share digital, being a school, being an event, I don't care. Everything needs to be digital. And somehow we understood that being digital was streaming everything we would normally do. And a lot of us even got disappointed because, you know, when you stream for 20 people, you don't think that that's a room with 20 people, that in some schools would be already a full room, you know, all your students are there. We just think that in the internet we can get thousands and millions of people, and we forget that, you know, we're passing down knowledge, doesn't matter to how many people. And some people get disappointed, but that's the thing. Being sharing online doesn't really mean lives. And I'm going to show you by going back on a little bit of theory that might again sounds complicated, but it's actually really simple. So we have a way of sharing called monomedia, that when you use only one type of media. For example, if I am traveling and I send you a letter, and on this letter I tell you all about this place I am. We have multimedia, that is when I send you the letter, but I attach you a photo of that place. So now you can see the photo and you can read about it. Then we have cross media, that is when I send you a photo and I also post on my Instagram, and they are not related at all. You can even like get my mail with the photo or only see on my Instagram. You get the same message. It might have like a slightly different if I put a filter on, for example, but it's still the same message. And then we go to transmedia, that is when you make a puzzle. So I posted that photo on my Facebook. and I tell you on my Facebook, sorry, no, could be on my Facebook or my Instagram. I just used an Instagram image over here. So I posted that photo there and told you, do you want to see about this place? You can go on my travel blog. I have a whole text for you. And then you go on my travel blog and you got some new information, new pictures, new text, and then you link to go on YouTube if you want to see a video about that place. So I make a puzzle for you to find out about my trip. And the proof that we love this is movies like Harry Potter, that we don't only want to listen to the watch the movies or read the books. We want to go to Universal and emerge into the Harry Potter world. We want to go on websites and play games about Harry Potter. We want to have toys about Harry Potter. We created a whole world around that media. And if this all sounds really complicated, I'm going to show you how intuitive it can be by showing you the podcast example. So over here, we have a monomedia, that is the audio and the podcast. When it goes to a streaming platform, that it adds some image of the entrepreneurs and some text about the episode, that's a multimedia. And a cross media, because I don't care if you're listening on Spotify or on Apple Podcasts, you are getting the same message. It might be slightly different. The photo might be bigger or something like that, but the message is still the same. And then it turns transmedia when you also follow us on Instagram, because you want to see what the behind the scenes of an episode, what we are up to. And it turns to another level of transmedia when you also follow me, because you want to see how the podcast impacts in my life. What are the studies I've been doing on transmedia and how it could impact the podcast? You just want to have the full story. And on Brazucas no Vale, we are already actually in what I see as an after pandemic scene, because we get this whole world we created online for Brazucas no Vale and turn it into physical by getting physical events where people get together, discuss the podcast, and we get a bit of a human touch. And this will be back, because even though we're doing very well online events right now, we are humans and we like to be with each other. But if you are really confused, thinking you won't be able to create so much media to create an environment of like multimedia and transmediatic environment for your digital presence, I tell you, you don't need to go from the scratches. You don't need to organize a whole event, a whole virtual conference. You can make a list or share with your friends and your audience events and conferences that are already happening. You don't need to write a book if you want to talk about something you read on another book. You can post a photo and indicate that book for someone. You can, if you really want to do the content by the scratchers, you can just organize it all together so your audience can prepare with you to be there by the time you are streaming by your live, and not be just trying to make content every day. Just organize it on a week. You can even create a newsletter and send an email with the news and the podcasts and the videos that are made in certain topics. Or you can, apart from creating a podcast from scratches, you can make a playlist of podcasts you like, and that's all sharing. That's all making an online presence for you or for your brand. And the key to have a good online presence is to know your audience, know what it works with them. Maybe daily life works with them, but maybe not. And to know the code of the social media you are using. And when I say the code, is like a dress code. I won't go to a wedding on my gym clothes, or on my gym clothes to a wedding, and that's why I won't post my my LinkedIn photo on my travel blog, and I won't post or at least not as a profile photo. I won't post my drawing on the travel blog as my LinkedIn profile. And here I put another example of how I told people I was being at campus party today. So on my LinkedIn, I wrote what I will be talking about it and put it an official photo. On my blog's TikTok, I just made that TikTok train of the happily ever after, dancing on top of my bed and saying like, oh, at 22, writing my own travel blog with my best friends, host of 2 podcasts, and being a guest speaker at the campus party. And you got the message. I don't know if you came here to my LinkedIn post, to my TikTok post, or which social media did you got this message, but you got it, it worked, you were here. Finally, if you are sharing, you need to understand where you are sharing and which one it works for you, because we have this idea that we should be present in all possible social media, and that's true and really great if you have a whole team to do that, to be studying the algorithms, the trends, the hashtags for each one of them. If you are one person or a small team, just focus on your main ones. That doesn't mean you can't have others. It's just put most of your efforts in the ones that your audience is at. So for Coquela Studio, we use the blog as a platform, the Instagram and the TikTok, while for Brazucas no Vale, we use the podcast, the Instagram, and the LinkedIn. Those are the ones we are sharing the most. We are always producing something new. And now talking about creating an event on this crazy world we are living and using transmedia to do that in a good way. I will use the example of the Brazucas no Vale 1 year old birthday party. So we wanted to do a party. We couldn't be do a presential party because of the pandemic, and we made the decision to not stream the party, to make a Zoom where people could join and put their cameras on, because we felt that our community would like to have this seeing each other present. And so it was an open Zoom because anyone could sign up and just get the link and join, but it was slightly more closed for those who really wanted to be there. But then you ask me why, if I cannot make it at that time, then you can listen to our 1 year old podcast special that is on Spotify. That is an episode that starts with happy birthday, and we talk a little bit about being 1 year old. We also made a video that got shared, not by only us, but by a lot of people in our community that really like and shared our video. We also made an Instagram party where we posted giveaways and just countdowns and people getting ready for our party, and made that happen. To get a little bit of the physical world, we also send them some people who are like people we interviewed at the podcast or are very directly related to the podcast. We send them a little gift to wear in our party, with like some rules of posting on social media. So he got to the whole other transmedia event of like having a lot of people sharing about it. And finally, we made a newsletter with the gifts of the 1 year of Brazucas no Vale. So our people who were with us on our party got an email saying about free mentoring, a group on Telegram, and some news that we created to celebrate our 1 year birthday. And that's how we got a lot of people to participate, because it was not only the Zoom people, it was not only who listened to the podcast, was everyone or got the t-shirt, was everyone who shared, liked, or were a part of it that knew that Brazucas no Vale was completing 1 year old. Some other cool activities that I was a part of during the pandemic is the Cine Passeio Movie Theater. Is a movie theater here from Curitiba that when the pandemic started, they created online sessions. But it was not just streaming the movie like Netflix or other platforms does. You go on their website and you get your ticket. They have free video movies and paid movies. So if you buy our ticket, you buy, or you get it for free, but you sign up, you get a code on your email, and on the time you go into your movie section, creating that experience of watching a movie in the movie theater. They also organized online classes virtually, but for those who are interested in cinemas, with also like signing in and working like a class. And for like the broad audience that just want to know about cinema, but don't want to commit to an online class, they make weekly podcasts where they interview productive these directors and actresses and actors, and giving everyone an opportunity to be part and have the experience of going to the movie even during the pandemic. Another really cool initiative that I was part of was the Curitiba Chorus Week, that what I think was nice about them was that they knew their public. So they used Facebook and YouTube because they knew their public would be there. And they organized a diverse shuttle. So it was not only presentations from chorus, it was like discussions, was lives, but everything had a certain time, like if you were on a physical event, that what is going on each time. Now think about it. We already knew how to use technology, but we got a lot better at it over the past few months. So imagine all this technology we learned how to use, combine it with our normal world. We just unlock it here, a whole a whole new world of possibilities, how we can share this content, how can we extend this privilege. For example, now I'm streaming from my house to the UK. And that's cool. I like having the possibility of being there. But I also like the possibility of going to the UK and getting to know some cities and traveling and seeing my friends and going to dinner after this presentation. So, you know, the digital world won't take over the real world because we like the real world. But the thing is, what if I can't make it to the UK? I can still participate. And that could be an online version of that event that will be streamed and extended the privilege to everyone. And that is not anymore just a camera filming the event, because before the pandemic, a lot of the events went digital by recording their presentations. And you need a little bit of a different language to talk online. The videos need to be shorter. We have different attentions on real life and online. So, you know, now we know how to do that. And maybe we can do like preparing for the events, online events. So we can have podcasts about the campus party next year. So when we get presential, we already know the speakers. We can have an online version. After you present, you make a shorter talk to our online viewers. And we just can have big events being both in person and digital sessions, what I think is pretty exciting. And here you go. These are some of my insights about how our transmediatic world and hybrid between digital and physical will get even more intense after the pandemic, because now we know how to use the internet and we're good at it. We just don't really like it. We like being with each other and seeing each other face to face. So here are some of my insights. If you want to know more about qualquer atitude, Brazucas Valley, you can use the websites that are here. You can email me, or as I said, because you know I work in different media outlets, I just have a lot of social media, so you can always talk with me. And yeah, if you have any questions or something, thank you so much, Campus Party, for inviting me to be here today.